Here we go then. Hello everyone. Just going to wait on a quick whether or not everything is fine with the audio or not before I proceed. Increase voice slightly. I can try because I just woke up and that's probably the main reason why I'm being quiet. Yeah, I can't actually boost my voice a lot because currently on max. I just need to. Sorry if you just heard a squeaky noise. My microphone stand is kind of dying. Okay. Let's hope that does the trick for now. So, this is going to be mighty interesting for multiple reasons. Alright, I'm gonna start the run in 3, 2, 1, go. So, this is going to be interesting because I have somewhat of a confession to make. I was so slammed with coursework that I haven't actually played the game in a year. So, we're gonna see how this goes.
Forgotten time, be reborn.
So this uses the same combat system as 13 for the most part, with a few minor, but definitely still important differences. The tutorial fight's here to just teach you the basics, and all we have to do is spam Lightning Strike. You have to use it precisely 7 times to get the face push going in this battle. I would preferably not want to get interrupted by Chaos Bahamut. Alright, so now I'm going to fire off one more. I'm going to let my ATB charge for a bit, and then get interrupted again. But we can deal with that. I want my ATB to be charged a bit before this unskippable cutscene. And I want to fire off one more Lightning Strike before he gets to use his new attack, Umbral Vise. Does a lot of damage. There's a strategy you can do here to not heal and just continue wailing on him, but that one's really up to RNG, and considering how damaged you already were going into the second phase, here, that would have probably not worked out for in our favor. Also, to be honest, it makes you like reset the tutorial fight about 9 out of 10 times for a 5-second gain. It's not worth it. That Sacred Umbral Vise there would have killed us had we not healed.
Time for a real fight.
And now the second tutorial battle works differently than any other encounter in the game for a weird property of Focus Bolts. Focus Bolts has this property where when it's interrupted, the cast still happens. So you can get a lot of bonus damage in by getting Focus Bolts interrupted because you keep the ADB but you still do the damage.
Gonna get worse.
Unfortunately, our ability to make use of that kind of depends on how Chaos Bahamut is attacking, and he's pretty much using the least favorable pattern possible. Mega Flare is always a free opportunity to show that off.
This is the power of
Alright. So, 160 fragments is the completionist category of this game. That is exactly how many fragments there are in the game, and we're going to get all of them.
time.
We're just going to get some tutorials on the basic controls, and now we control the character that we're actually going to control for most of the game, which is Sarah. One of the things that changed about the movement compared to 13 is that we can jump manually now, and that was what the lamps on the floor were all about. So unlike 13, we start with paradigms right off the bat, and we have some preset paradigms that we currently can't change, so I kind of just have to do these fights on the beach with the best that I have. A fragment is essentially a piece of completion. It's kind of just how they deliver main and side story progress, among other things. That fight didn't go great, but it went alright. Unfortunately, I'm only getting potions. I would like to get some Phoenix Downs because they're good starting money. The stagger mechanic is left pretty much unchanged from 13. There are some minor differences for how preemptive strikes work, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Oh, whoops. So what I performed just there is something that's also present in 13, which is an ATB refresh. It's not exactly scientific, but roughly every 12 seconds, upon performing a paradigm shift, you just get a full ATB bar immediately after, like right there. You usually get one at the start of the fight as well. But the paradigm shift cutscenes that were present in 13 are gone, where it kind of shows a close-up of every character and who everything happens. That's skipped in 13.2. And that allows us to do something a lot more prominent that I'm pretty sure, well, yeah, you can also do in 13, but it's a lot more prominent and I guess also easier to do in 13.2, which is a animation cancel for AI controlled party members. So I'm actually going to fight this tutorial battle because it gives us a Pulsework Soldier, which we're going to want for Bestiary. Because that's also something we're going to have to complete. And that is why I have this little interface in the top right corner, where you're going to be able to see how far along the bestiary is. It's not going to move a whole lot for quite a while. We're going to do most of the bestiary at the very end.
Monsters, schmonsters. The monsters want to come and get me. Not again.
Should we look for an escape route?
Leave this area to us. Go hide somewhere safe.
Most of the enemies that are going to spawn along this route right now are Nectons and Meonectons, the two enemies that we fought on the beach. And since we've already fought those, they're not relevant right now because we don't have access to a mechanic that makes one of them relevant again.
I see it too. Pretty sure it's no dream.
I'm for the most part going to ignore enemies, with a few exceptions, as much as possible right now, due to us, of course, having to come back eventually to get the rest of the fragments, and we're going to be stronger then. So we have our first boss here, but we still don't have access to customized paradigms. And Gogmagog doesn't take too much damage before stagger, so I kind of just have to keep shifting in and out of, or out and back into slash and burn to drive the stagger gauge up. And unfortunately, no, just got slapped in midair, which is not good. Now that we staggered him, he takes a lot more damage, and he should die pretty quickly. We're getting a lot of extra drops, which I'm actually not too pleased about, because I'm going to have to sell them later. I mean, it's good for money, it's just awkward for shops and menuing.
What's going on inside
But we'll manage.
that rock?
We made it.
Wait up.
That impact sign is off limits for now.
Shouldn't we check it out though? Give me a chance and I'll prove that it's true.
32 follows the same routine of 13, where you have a
That's just a cat. Oh, and it's with the
orange,
House.
orange exclamation mark showing you where to go next.
An artifact, isn't
So now we have a couple of side quests to do.
Maybe the cat could have picked up the artifact.
Another thing that we'll also have to take care of, which I don't have an interface for because it's not super relevant, it kind of just happens as the run progresses, is that we have to complete every map. And the map needs to be filled in by you walking to certain segments, and then that segment reveals a bit of a chunk on the map, and then you have to do that until the map's filled up completely.
Look,
You've seen me take some awkward turns on my way to the first boss, and that was, for the most part, to get the map segments that were nearby. Now I'm going to point my camera to the ground. This is something that you've probably heard of if you watched the 13 Platinum Trophy run, but I'm employing currently what's called camera tricking. For some reason, NPCs in the 13 games react weirdly being off screen. And so pointing my camera to the ground will allow me to hopefully catch this kid before I'm actually supposed to be able to catch him. There we go. Normally you catch this kid a lot later into the level.
Why did you? I know you said.
The kid was trying.
I hope you're not. I'm sorry, Miss.
And that's why.
What did you take? This necklace. Hey. It wasn't the artifact after all.
Are you losing your touch?
Well, we got a Gorgon Upset, which is actually somewhat welcome in this category. Gorgon Upsets are usually a pristine waste of time in any percent, but due to us requiring all the bestiary entries, they're actually kind of useful. Though one of them is useful. I do hope that that was all of them that we're going to get. Now I'm going to get a few really awkward pieces of map. For instance, this little bit right here is map that we have to get. This bit here is map that we have to get. Here are 2 to 3 pieces of map that we have to get that are weird. But I think the weirdest one of them all is that actually this cupboard is map that we have to get. And with that out of the way, we can actually continue story progress.
Okay, now we just have to head for the gate.
That is the one thing about the map that I do not like, is that there are a few pieces that you have to get that are just plain awkward.
Say goodbye before we leave.
Thanks. I think I'm okay.
So, our first bit of Crystarium. I still got menuing powers, I guess, even though I haven't played the game in a year. So, Crystarium. At the beginning, I'm spending everything in Ravager. I have Null's Ravager only up to level 4, because at level 5 he learns Frost Strike, and I don't want him to have Frost Strike for the next boss,
Keep a look at it.
due to how the AI puts spells together. Well, there's our second Gorgon Upset. Here's hoping that I can just sneakily get away from him.
I'm glad we found the artifact.
Unfortunately, I need that chest though, so
Thing going on here.
You mean like your friends and the way they act? Understandable, though. Guess it's not every day someone like me drops in from the future.
Even before that, everything's been off for the last 30 years. Since lightning disappeared.
You say she's disappeared. I know where she is. She's in Valhalla. I'll take you to her.
and we'll essentially refight Gorgbogog now, but this time we actually have a paradigm deck of our choosing. The key to this fight is watching for Noel doing 2 blizzards every time that Gogmagog is attacking, and then shifting out of it. So that because the thing is, if you get hit with something while you're attacking, and you paradigm shift, your ATB gets frozen. 40 seconds is basically a perfect fight. And your ATB gets frozen for a very long time, so you really want to avoid getting hit by something as you're attacking and paradigm shifting. So that's why watching out for Noel using 2 blizzards instead of his full 3 makes the fight go significantly better. And now we can actually give him Frost Strike. The main reason why we didn't want to give him Frost Strike up till now is that he would have then used Blizzard, Frost Strike, Blizzard, and Frost Strike would have had him run up to the air and physically hit Gogmagog, which is something we really don't want for that fight.
Are you sure you're ready? You know, once we go through, there might be no coming back.
And onto the next area, Pressure Ruins 5. So now we're essentially starting our little journey through time. 2 years into the future from where we started the game. And we started off with a boss fight, Paradox Alpha. Which at the moment is just going talk to the hand on us. Which has a lot of scripted events that are based off of the boss's HP, which is why doing anything other than spamming Ruin for face pushes is not worth it. So what you saw just there also was the first instance of quick time events, which happened during some battles. So this one's the only one that's actually really meaningful, because you get buffs for doing it. And right here's another piece of map that I want. So here I just have to hope that NPCs don't bump into Alyssa to the point where she takes forever to get to her position.
Why did you offer to stop the giant?
Because we can't let Atlas shut this place down. We need to search the ruins. There might be other gates we can use.
Like the gate to Valhalla?
I
Exactly.
usually don't pick up these potions chests, but right now it might not be a terrible idea.
Portals.
So now we're getting introduced to our mechanic for acquiring more party members, which unfortunately also involved Kate just getting a heal off, which is never great. We can capture monsters.
Just as expected.
Now I'm actually going to do something slightly different. I'm actually going to take this tutorial because this follows us up with a battle with a single hoplite. And hoplites usually come in packs of 3, making this one pretty quick and easy to kill for its bestiary entry.
Just as expected.
Another gate, huh? Figures.
And we need an artifact to go with this, right?
Right. The key is something that doesn't belong.
Now I have some side quests to accept here, which is another main source of fragments. And we'll do a bit of a shop here. I'm gonna get rid of some of my Phoenix Downs. And talking to this person gives us a new feature. We can now use Moogle Hunt to reveal things. And one of the things that's revealable here is a wild artifact, which allows us to later on access optional areas. So I want
Go, Mog.
Mog to go over here and reveal this thing. Meanwhile, I'm going to walk into this tunnel. Camera is unfortunately kind of awkward because it focuses on things that you've just revealed. Because we're going to take a bit of a detour here. Pick up an item. One of the side quests requires us to I guess capture is a word you can use, 2 capsules. And here's one of them. And if I walk over here to the thing I revealed earlier, that's the other capsule. So we have the 2 capsules and can now hand the quest in, which is going to be important for our quest order, because in most areas you can only have 2 side quests ongoing at the same time, and we need to complete this side quest to get access to another side quest later on. That's an unfortunate aggressive encounter. Yuritimu and Gashimasara. Okay. Okay, that's a journey.
Looks like you lost.
That's more Gashimasa we don't need. We are actually on the lookout to recruit a new party member to our team. And it's an enemy that we've already met, but not in this area. Because back when we met them, we couldn't add them to our team. And it's these Necton. Unfortunately, we didn't catch one.
Now attack! Right! Right! Now, everyone!
There's a certain visual and sound effect that plays when you successfully capture a monster. And what I'm essentially doing now is fighting the first 3 of the 4. I think I heard it, but I'm not entirely sure. Could be that I just got unlucky there by the unfortunate... Yeah, I didn't catch it. I got screwed by the camera not pointing at the enemy, so I couldn't look for the sound effect, for the visual effect, and I heard a sound effect that's kind of similar to the monster capture sound effect. Just gonna have to bump into another pack later on.
Weird machine. Must be it.
So over here we have our first instance of something else that also takes a lot more of a role in 160 fragments, and it's these little puzzles. In this one, tiles that we step over disappear after we leave them, and we have to collect all the crystals while making it to the exit. Well, dodging passive encounters is as trivial as it seems, because if the mock clock starts in green, enemies that are spawned can't engage a battle with you on their own, because they'll just stand around and do nothing. There are aggressive encounters where the clock starts yellow, and those can engage in battle with you. It's now unfortunately at a point where I wouldn't have needed a Necton, so just get to run around and hope that I eventually catch one. Oh, there's the encounter at least. Unfortunately, it's with a Mia Necton, which means I only get 2 shots at a capture, which I thankfully already met.
No one's
Alright.
hurt, right?
So now I get to add Necton to the party over his Scandroid. So now we filled the constellation of our Crystarium once completely, which means we get to select the bonus, and this is how we'll get further ATB gauges at the beginning. Now monsters, instead of earning Crystarium points, are fed these materials, become stronger instead. Now that I have Necton, I can challenge this fragment battle. if I were to be able to hit him. Any kind of sieve you basically just want to blast with magic. Now, the Ghast has access to fire, which you need to be careful with because that does a lot of damage. But that's the battle. This game is fun to run. This category takes a lot of learning. I do have excruciatingly detailed notes. They're like 40 pages for this category. But there are a lot of different fights, and you have some of the more challenging battles that you, of course, skip in any percent because they're optional bosses. I'm going to run around here a bit because I'm baiting an encounter. Inside of the tunnels, I can only get encounters that are passive, whereas out here I can get encounters that are aggressive.
There he is.
And not looking
And this
too
game
happy.
uses a step counter to spawn encounters, so if I spawn something before I get out of the tunnels, then that's all good for me. Atlas is weak to fire and ice, and I'm using animation cancels on Null as well as ATB refreshes to drive the chain gauge up as much as possible so that I stagger before he attacks me again. And the fight's already over.
You did it.
So now I'm actually going to fail this segment because succeeding in this QuickTime event would have led to another QuickTime event, which gets skipped if you just fail the first one.
No, look out.
Move.
It's the one time where failing a QuickTime event actually makes a difference and is faster than succeeding it.
Ready?
Do it.
Wait for it.
Now.
Alyssa, we took Atlas down. That place you were looking for is right in front of us.
Great news.
I don't really speedrun this game much in my spare time anymore because any percent due to the requirement of catching monsters has quite a substantial amount of RNG in it.
Go, Mog.
Ah, Mog got too far away, unlucky.
If I had a bow?
The reason I took care of the 2 side quests so early is that I would be able to accept the side quest here.
Nice, Mod.
Koopa Koopa.
And due to how optimized the 13-2 any percent record is and how monster RNG affects your ability to get a competitive run going,
Come on, Mom.
I don't really run the game as much anymore. But if you're not on that level where you're trying to beat the record, it's a decently fun run. It's pretty short. It's not too challenging, but also not too easy.
Found the capsule in the ruins. Well, I guess that rules out theft then.
There's a lot to keep track of when trying to do fights optimally. Now we opened the gate to Sunlit Waterscape 300 AF, AF meaning years after the fall, but we don't actually want to go there yet. Going to take this little detour so I can pick up this chest containing some mana droplets. Another monster material that we're going to be needing later. And this gate to Yasha's Massif 10 AF is what we actually want to take. Now this bit's actually going to get fairly tricky.
There used to be a great city on Grand Pulse. I bet this is what these ruins are.
In Yasha's Massif 10 AF we have another bit of a gimmick area. There's an eclipse going on, so there's no sunlight.
Inside Cocoon.
And
Never had much opportunity to learn about the world below us.
in the searchlights area that we're walking up to,
The mysteries of Grand Pulse.
encounters... The Mocklog drains very fast if you're outside of the searchlights. And doesn't drain as quickly, or doesn't drain at all, rather it even refills if you're near the lights. Fortunately I have to hope I can actually make it here quick enough. Let time recharge, and then walk over here. So I picked up some materials and some side quest items. Now I have to spawn a bit up close and personal. Let's hope I can get away from this. Alright. Up here we have a gate seal. A gate seal allows us to replay areas and is going to be something that we'll need later on for optional endings. There aren't many of those that we have to pick up, but that one's one of them. Unlucky. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take care of these enemies just because this was an aggressive encounter and we did get caught by them. Though as you can see, enemies right now take a pretty long time to beat.
The conservatives who still believe in the ways of Cocoon must be unhappy with those ways.
And I'm just getting more and more of them, which is not great. Okay, we did get away from them. I'm going to buy some accessories that I now can also equip. And one of the things I didn't do earlier was change my default paradigm to here and ignore party leader. Alright, because it's time for the next boss. Alloy die. Works similar to the Gorg fights from earlier. It packs more of a punch. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the best of fights right now. In fact, I might be dead. Yep, that is most certainly death. I was very unlucky. Aloida is not supposed to swipe that quickly after getting interrupted. But this does happen sometimes, especially in 160 fragments due to how our stats are right now. So this fight's actually one that, despite having more levels, gets trickier in 160 fragments. And he is kind of a gatekeeper for new players in any percent as is. Now that is an interrupt that we favor. Now, however, we didn't get an ATB refresh, which is very not good. And there we go.
Tell me, Hope. Isn't the Academy a research institute? Why do you need so many soldiers? Without the fallacy around, we have to be able to protect.
Unfortunately, on the PC version, Hope takes a while to get moving.
The time distortions spawn hostile creatures. Until we can resolve the paradox, we need military force to repel threats. These armed patrols are essential for our safety. Those are the two that came through
We're still waiting on their report.
A great many.
So this nation, Hadra? Their leader was a Cirrus, right?
Yes. The Cirrus would read the fates, see the future, and guide her country.
You.
So now we essentially just have to do a bit of mandatory main plot progress. I don't ever use medic in this run, actually.
I need to pick up some cat food.
Can they really be relied on to protect? The people of the city.
Alright, so now it's time to add yet another monster to our deck. Which we saw earlier, but I wasn't really in the mood to fight it.
There are people who actually like it here on Pulse.
And I'm going to make love to this corner. Because eventually that's going to make an encounter spawn. Unfortunately, we got an encounter just before I got to the... And this is not the encounter that I want, so that's really not very great. So now I get to spawn another one. That is more like it, even though it's kind of bad. How did that hit me while I was on top of the rock? Oh well. There's no such thing as 100% because this game doesn't track completion as a percentage. And here's the unfortunate bit about Kahungus. You can use synchro attacks to catch it faster, but if you don't interrupt the dance that it does, it will actually defeat itself. And then you don't get the bonus from using a synchro attack to capture it.
We don't go down easy.
Alright, and now with Gahongas added to our team, I just taught it Faith real quick because that's going to be important coming up, and we can move on. This is an area where we don't have to worry about map completion for a while because there are different versions of the map where we have access to different areas, and until we have access to all of the different versions, there's no point in worrying about the completion. So now we unlock Urba, but I'm actually going to go back to Sunlit Waterscape that we unlocked earlier. And now I get to talk about a new bit of strategy that we gained access to. Now that we've had access to it the entire time. I've been kind of low-key using it, but now it actually kind of becomes a lot more prominent, and that is commando buffering. I'm sure that came up in the Platinum Trophy run as well, but one of the things that we can do is cast a spell in Ravager, then shift into commando as the spell is traveling, and that'll do commando bonus damage. So as you can see, my Auroras right now, because I shift into commando before they land, are doing upwards of 8,000 damage. And that gets the boss dead pretty quickly. So one of the things I'll take care of right away is that Snow, throughout the entire time of this area, wants to give you a map, and in any percent he usually just goes ignored. However, since we'll have to do some precise throwing for materials and Snow's going to kind of be in the way, I'm just going to take the map from him so that he stops bugging me about things.
If we get stuck, just look for a vine. Hey, no. How old are you? 18? Younger than me. I guess so.
These flam aren't stopping anytime soon, huh?
That reminds me actually, oh, oof, it's something that I didn't consider, that I didn't stop to think about. Okay, Flambanero, we're actually going to take those, or I'm going to try and taking those. Bomb and arrows actually do a lot of damage for the point in the game that we are in right now. So I want to get those done with very quickly. Right, actually, yeah, that does remind me of something. Whoops. Interesting. That's gonna be interesting to see if I can actually pull that off. Like I mentioned before, I actually haven't practiced this. I haven't played this game this year. So a couple of things aren't entirely fresh in my mind, and I just remember there's a glitch that I have to pull off later. That's not the easiest. So here's hoping that I'll manage when the time comes, which is going to be in like 6 hours. Or longer.
This'll show you.
So from here on, if I can even speak, a lot of my damage is going to come from me using this commando buffering strategy. After the stagger, we essentially deal a lot of damage with elemental spells because we don't have access to a bunch of the buffs that would make commando really efficient. And that is also the reason why I'm investing a lot in Ravager right now, and why Noel and Sarah are both getting pretty up there in the magic spec. Because, yeah, now that I actually think about it, as of recent, Final Fantasy 13-2 has a glitch that we use in the speedrun.
I can't believe that worked.
Alright, so we have some chests to pick up.
Lucky he was open to reason.
This is surely a gift from God.
Over there, Mom.
Sunlit waterscape and help out Snow, Kubo.
Great. And away.
Did I miss a chest? I don't think so.
Over there, Mom. And away. You got this.
The Colosseum is not actually a map that we have to complete, though.
Oh, the big jellyhead is starting to slow down. Those small flan keep coming and coming. They're pouring out of Pulse knows where.
Do you think there's still another paradox?
It's possible. Double paradoxes do occur. Let's check it out. Giddy up.
This is actually one of the areas in the game where we want to complete the map really early on. I have no purpose in fighting this encounter, so I'll just leave. If there's an encounter that you really don't want to fight, you can always just leave to the Historia Crux and come back. It's less of a penalty on the PC version than it is in the console versions for obvious reasons. But yeah, this is actually an area where we do want to complete the map as on our first couple of visits, because after the next boss in here, we're not going to come back here for a really, really long time. Lucky. Did I complete the map? Yeah. So we are not getting the Libra scope. But I don't really need it either.
What a brave Mog.
Giddy up. Giddy up. Hey guys, get me wrong, but aren't we going the wrong way? Looks like the plan are heading further in.
But there's no path for us to take.
And this is also something that's new to this area. Sometimes you actually just find fragments floating around in space. The thing that I just threw a Mog at was just a fragment out in the open. For obvious reasons, we have to find all of those as well. Actually supposed to beat the throw from here, but the throw is easier from the platform that I just did it on, because you just have to aim it in the right direction and then throw Mog as high as possible. If Noel were to proceed, that would be cool. Because on that platform down there, you can actually get encounters, like these two guys. And we don't want that. And now we have chocobos in the area.
This gate leads back to the Historia Crux, right?
And we've basically been following the any percent route somewhat closely, but we're actually going to take our first proper detour from the any percent route now.
From my own history, the pillar was gradually eroded over centuries before civil war finally toppled it.
Did your history books happen to mention the monster?
No. The rate that thing is eating through the crystal?
Because now that we have access to Mog Throw, we have access to an area that we couldn't access before in one of the previous areas. That means we'll go back to Brescia Ruins 5 AF. to take care of some things, because also in this area awaits us a new weapon. And since we'll be doing all of the optional content in the game, sans DLC, I have a vested interest in being stronger than I am usually.
The good news is the ruins have almost been completely excavated.
Over there, Mom. A chocobo.
We'll pick some extra chests that are in the area. And buy some Geisha Greens in turn. Going to need those for later. And now I'm essentially doing a bit of map completion here because there's a lot of segments here down in this plaza.
That looks fun.
It's huge.
Over there, Mom. You got this.
Because with Mock Throw we can gain access to the cell key, which allows us to access this part of the area.
Cool. Over there, Mom.
Fortunately, I didn't manage to examine the door before I uncovered that item. We revealed an item there that we're going to need later for a side quest, but I'm not going to pick it up for now. I'm just gonna reveal it and then pick it up later.
Over there, Mom.
This item I am actually going to pick up right away, even though it's also for a side quest we're not going to complete for a while, because when we come back later here, we will have a glitch active, and let's just say with that glitch, I don't want to have to pick up items in areas where encounters can spawn. It'll make sense when we get there. Well, I don't actually know if I can fight Amano Jaku and Natsugo's yet. Unfortunately, I caught the wrong enemy. I'm pretty sure I have to catch an Amano Jaku for later on, but oh well. We'll have plenty of opportunities when we get there.
Is it true that a giant was taken down by civilians?
A Moogle.
Just with that, we get the butterfly bow, a new weapon for Sarah. I'm gonna take the opportunity to get started on a bit of side questing. It's not something that I wanted to have happen, but I'm gonna have to deal with that. So red chocobos, they eat gash greens on the fly, and lots of them. So 3, 4, 5. And dismount. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't ride the chocobo quite as far as I would have liked because of that little mishap. But I am way too weak to fight anything in this area. I'm just here to do some side quests.
Over there, Mom. Me and my son. Should be fine.
One, 2, 3. And dismount. So red chocobos actually take some thinking to use effectively for movement. Red chocobos will always run away from you after you dismount them, but their aggro resets if you off-screen them. So I'm going to usually try to mount them in such a way that I off-screen them relatively quickly so that they go back to their spawn locations and I can, you know, have a lot of chocobo travel.
Easy grab.
I don't think I can defeat those yet. So now we're gonna have to talk to this guy and tell him a bunch of jokes. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chocobo to move away quite as much as I would have liked, and this encounter spawned way too spread out. There we go. Alright. Ah, get back here, Chocobo. Run the other way. No. You dingus. And for our troubles, we get a new wild artifact, and I'm gonna park myself in front of this flower and leave. You just get to restart the fights when you die. There's no game over in that sense.
We should talk to those people.
So right over here, there's a piece of map behind the gate for some reason.
Good idea. And let's hurry before those chocobos decide they need to stretch their legs.
Going to take care of a bunch of optional stuff here, so that's why I'm also grabbing some map wherever it's convenient. The Grimmer Hat is quite the special accessory. It increases the efficacy of potions, so it effectively does what the Doctor's Code does in FF13. And it's similarly as strong as it is in that game.
So. Right. Let's go.
Alright. Now we'll actually start spending CP a little different. Right, let's see what I get here. Ravager bonus. And now we'll take Swerk Scandroid and level him up a bit. And we'll infuse Swerk Scandroid into Necton to teach him Thunder.
Exterminate some pests.
We should search.
There's another way we could learn Thunder, by spending some resources on leveling Necton up directly, but we want to save the money, which is why I don't do it this way. So now that we have Ga spells, our damage potential with the commando buffering strategy is going up significantly. I'll be able to showcase that on the next boss as well. And now I'm essentially going to do one big little detour here. Oh, that spawned awkward. Okay, we'll just fight those. Because Barbed Spectre is actually a fairly rare encounter.
Over there, Mom.
Because one of the gimmicks of this area is these Cactuar statues.
Where are we?
Huh? Where did we end up?
And they teleport you to different areas of the map. Although it's really only this yellow one that takes you over here. All of the other red ones take you back to the beginning of the area. That was a blue choke. That's very unlucky. If we were stronger, I would have loved to fight that, because blue chocobo is a very rare encounter. Unfortunate bit is I'm a bit blind right now. I can't actually see where the Cactuar statue is. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's just, I have a new monitor, and it's actually, they are actually kind of difficult to see on this monitor.
I was setting up camp when I heard a deafening sound.
So now we're going to help out the next person with getting some sheep. So, Mog can actually manipulate NPCs. Mog throws will draw NPCs toward Mog, whereas Mog reveals will turn NPCs away from Mog, and you can actually use that as a sort of makeshift crowd control when it comes to manipulating some side quest NPCs, which is definitely a weird thing for Mog to be able to do. Now we'll actually take this Cactuar statue that was close by when we fought the Goblin Fragment earlier. And now that we help these NPCs, we get access to the weather control device.
I have to say I'm proud to be a fellow hunter.
And with this one, we can change the weather in the area. Stormy weather is actually what we want, but we have to make it sunny first to make the boss appear. The way that this little puzzle works is that the boss appears in sunny, but so does an optional boss that is incredibly strong. However, the optional boss is weak to thunder, well, very weak to thunder, so setting the weather to storms actually makes the optional boss go away while the boss stays.
Did you learn to fight like that while you traveled?
So while we do have access to the area boss right now, I'm actually going to just do a bit more optional things right now. Definitely staying away from any possible encounters, because everything right now that spawns over here is super duper strong. These are essentially endgame type enemies. And the first order of business is to get over here and throw Mog at this weapon. And now down here off the map is another wild artifact that I can throw a Mog at.
Over there, Mog.
And here is a little gimmick, because there are some Cactuar statues that we have to examine that are only available during certain weather conditions. This particular one can only be uncovered when it's stormy, which is the current weather condition.
Where are you from? Are the people of your land as strong as you are?
And now we can actually make our way to the area boss. I just equipped the two weapons that we picked up for Sarah and Noel to make them a bit stronger, which is certainly helpful for this fight. Now I'm going to spend some time getting some map fragments here, because I actually do want another encounter to spawn before I engage the boss. Now we can go fight it. Errol is weak to blizzard and thunder. Now in the air, I'm going to have Feral buff me with Faith. And now I'm essentially just going to use those commando buffers with Blazara Blazaga, because Feral is weak to ice, to do very quick work of them. There's another chest that I can throw that's off screen. Or off of where we can see it anyway.
So the fragment was causing
And next up, I want to walk to this patch of flowers and leave the area for now.
Where's Snow?
Knew it. He's gone off to fight on his own.
And now, Royal Raptors has become significantly smaller. Oh, it's a very unfortunate attack timing. But he's still weak to it's still weak to wind, and so doing some commando buffering on Aurora takes care of him pretty quickly.
We might not be able to reach it. Go. It's not a problem for our buddy Mog now, is it?
Unfortunately, threw Mog too far, so I'm going to change the party leader, which makes Mog come back right away. And this time I won't throw him too far.
Cool.
And for check the map completion, it's 100%, and that's what we want. So I can proceed. So now for story reasons, we're being flung into this area.
This place seems weird.
But I can leave again right away.
Whoever it was that created the
So
paradox.
this is another one of those areas where there's just a random fragment out here in
Dead
the middle of nowhere for no reason.
The ones who were left behind craved nothing.
The giant egg.
world. Where did you hear that?
It's just an old fairy tale.
And Urba is a very
Over there, Mog.
puzzle heavy area. Right now we essentially have to do these puzzles to unveil the rest of the area.
Giddy up. Another head scratcher.
Now we kind of just do more of the same. If the crystals would cooperate, sometimes they're kind of difficult to grab.
Hey, we did it! Splendid difference! I knew you'd do it, Kupo Kupo!
Giddy up. Another head scratcher.
And this is the third and final puzzle for this area. So there are two more versions of Urba, and they are packed to the brim with these kinds of puzzles. That's more or less what it is.
You solved the paradox, Kupo!
Right on schedule. Now we find the gate and its artifact.
There might be other things to discover too. It looks like everything's back to normal.
I'm actually picking up this chest with Thief Tears because those are actually useful in this run, even though they are, in most cases, a completely useless item.
Over there, Mom.
Unfortunately, the camera had to glitch out there for a bit. Lucidon. Okay. It's not what I wanted to see. Do want to get the first... I want to get the drop on you. It's going to be a bit of an experimentation if you can actually fight Lucidon right now, or if that's not a great idea. I guess it's not that bad. Although it takes care of Lucidon. It's not that we necessarily have to come back for Lucidon later, but I guess I don't have to look out for him later. So I'm spending Crystarium in a very particular way now because what do I need here? 20 accessories. Because when you spend Crystarium on a large node, the benefit that you get from it's actually kind of dependent on which roll you get on set large nodes. And since we want to skill for magic, I want to spend my Crystarium points such that I learn Ravager on large nodes, because that gives a Ravager bonus of +2 magic.
Hey, hold on a second. What do you mean, sanctions?
I must protect the sanctity of the timeline.
And now we fight Caius, the, I guess, recurring antagonist. Sarah, why are you... Where are you going? What?
You shall pay for your crimes in blood.
She was in the middle of abducting Caius for some reason.
Stop this, Caius. I am not.
I honestly don't know what happened there.
Times have changed. I'm not the Caius you once knew. To change history is a sin.
It's too late. The timeline has already changed.
But must we accept this, Yule?
If you change the future, you change the past. You can remold history as your heart desires.
Let's go now, before you are made to witness more.
since that cutscene actually took place in battle, it's one of the few cutscenes that we can't skip, and one of the very few breaks that this one actually has. Now we need to spawn a little something here. That's bizarre. That's not an encounter I've ever gotten here before. This is supposed to be an encounter with a frag leech in it, so I can fight that.
Goddess must like us.
Now, one of the things that I uncovered earlier but didn't actually pick up at the time because we needed to complete the area first is this wild artifact.
Over there, Mom.
And we did pick one up earlier, but I didn't really give it much spotlight. And it's this item, which is a graviton core. We're actually going to need that for an, I guess, overarching main quest later. There are 7 of them, and we have to pick up 5 to progress the story at some point. And now we're entering an area called Yasha's Massive 10XAF, which is an alternate version of Yasha's Massive 10AF, where the eclipse never happened. And therefore some things have changed. Here at the entrance is another gate seal that I need to look for later.
Looking for up in the sky.
And the encounter that I spawned near the chocobo should hopefully mean that I spawn an encounter late enough that I can dodge it easy.
I was afraid of what would happen if no one was here.
I guess the ruins were interesting enough. They didn't need the paradox to draw them here.
Stand away.
Here he comes.
There's another side quest item up there that I have to throw Mog at to get.
Great.
Was there a new discovery or something?
Director, who are you waiting for?
I don't know. But right now, we don't have a clue where the artifact might be. But there are still some places we
And here's a little bit of map that I have to get, and now we have to do some climbing to pick up the next artifact. Now if I park Morg right, should be able to use the reveal here to uncover one of the items.
over there, Mug.
And now I'll have Morg uncover an optional chest while I'm busy picking this up.
We did it. Now we gotta find out which gate it belongs to.
Just this moment, I felt the disturbance coming from the mountains.
And I did actually, in the original version of Yasha's 10, pick up a side quest item that we're going to need right now. Well, not right now, because I'm going to talk to this guy first.
Have you heard about many years ago? Much trade, but when war were charged with, according to the, I don't know how much. Have you ever spoken? If you want to.
Why do people
Now
like
here I have to
that?
be careful because there's an item that I want to Morg reveal, but using it will actually make NPCs run away, so I have to make them run away in a way that's beneficial.
This can't. We thought I would give my. Wait.
And his tablets is something that we've already picked up.
We need to decipher the engravings as soon as humanly possible. It's our final condition.
Nice.
So side quest item in that little crevice there. And this is a weird one because this is an optional area that's actually mandatory. It's not very optional at all.
Try using the switch. Yeah, just like that.
Now Augusta Tower is one of the more headache-inducing areas because this actually is one that we have to 100% complete the map for as well on our first visit. That was unlucky. At least it's an encounter we need though.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
So if you've thrown Mog away and an encounter spawns, even if it's a passive one, the Mog clock's going to drain very, very quickly because he's not present.
Yeah, just like that.
And so encounters start attacking you much sooner. Which unfortunately means that I actually have to run, well, I have to run back here anyway, but I have to run back here fully to actually examine the chest, and then I got an encounter spawn, which is super duper unlucky. There is actually another encounter that I need to fight, but I'm not entirely sure if it can even spawn on this floor.
All of this is happening because of one person in the system.
I know, but it has to be. Maybe this is a paradox of some sort. I don't think that's enough. That's how it's done.
And away. Nice.
Thank you for the good luck, Pharaoh.
That's how it's done.
So, the unskippable cutscene while we went up the elevator, in essence, spoiled us that we skipped the floor. Or rather, gave us the hint that we skipped the floor, because we actually do have to get to that floor. But it's going to be a while until we can. Also, unfortunately, Morga's not moving outside of the room, so I have to call him the old-fashioned way. Now, ideally, I would like to spawn something right now, because my step counter is pretty high. Oh, this is the enemy I need, so I actually make you come over here. Oh, we got stuck.
Is that it?
Because Texteron and Flamborg are the only two enemies that are exclusive to this version of Augusta Tower. And essentially getting those out of the way now means I don't have to fight them anytime later, or have to come back for them later. We do come back to this area to get to the 13th floor once we have the access key for it, but
Nice.
when we do, we don't have to worry about fighting anything.
Go. Cool.
Because doing this awards us the access key 50, and we're going to need that in the different version to progress the main storyline. A robotic voice has essentially been calling out the password there the entire area through, but you don't actually have to pay attention. One of the funny little details is that Final Fantasy XIII-2 was made by Square Enix, and if you're playing with a DualShock controller, the passwords for the two areas of Augusta Tower are Square and X. I have to mount the Chocobo because there is a optional boss that can spawn here. Or that will spawn there, rather.
Giddy up. Over there, Mug. Great.
We pick up some materials and some side quest items, and now we're done with this area as well. So now we're being thrown into the void beyond again, but this time we'll actually do something in it.
Something looks different from the last time we were here. Mog, is this even the same place?
This is the void beyond, Kubo. It's just one of the many shadows of Valhalla to be found,
there, Mug.
Kubo.
So it looks similar, but it's really a separate world. That's why there are all these little differences.
Makes sense. Let's go see what changed.
But outside of picking up these two items, we don't do much here either.
This must...
That's definitely gonna win. Oh, little chocobo race.
Alright, so here's hoping that everything actually works as intended. I'm gonna save the game just in case, because I'm not sure if I actually did this right. So this isn't technically normal 160 fragments. What we're doing is something called 160 fragments with casino mod, because there's a fragment that you get by playing slot machines. Thing is, those slot machines are very marathon unfriendly. Because this fragment can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 5 hours normally. And so what we're using is a mod that essentially makes every spin be a jackpot. And that allows us to get the slot machine fragment pretty quickly. Well, I can buy the chips I need, but that doesn't change the fact that I have to get one of the fragments by playing the slot machines. And that's the whole reason why we do... Okay, so we got Triffid to spawn. And Triffid are kind of hard to come by as well, so... I'll throw a Mogbag in here. And we got something that we didn't want. Maybe I'm too close to the flowers. Oh no, there we go. That right there just gave us another party member. If not the party member. Chichu is... You'll see. And now by examining all of the Cactuar statues, we can talk to this NPC over here. And that'll unlock chocobos in this area.
I've bred these chocobos myself. You won't find any better. There you go.
Now for a little preparation menu. I'm actually going to buy a delicate iron bangle, which is what we needed those sieve tears for. And some more gazelle greens. Nope. You have to go to the Mystic and get the improved mock throw, which we literally just were able to get. Alright, now a big menu. I have to add Chichu to the party on slot 3. Not quite. Alright, so essentially all this menu was about was to get Chichu into the party and get Sarah's HP above 1000, which is going to be important for something we'll do right now, which is to fight some optional enemies, because there are some Quechua statues over here. And if I examine them, a Gigantua spawns. Because this enemy knows 1000 needles, and ideally, we don't want to die to that. That fight's kind of out of our control, unfortunately, but having more than 1000 HP makes it at least significantly more likely that we won't die. Since it's weak to fire, we're just blasting it with commando buffered fire Faragas. And that thankfully does just quick enough work of it that we don't die too often. It is possible to die if he targets Sarah first. But that doesn't happen too often, thankfully. Now that I say that, I probably made sure that it's going to happen on the last one that we have to fight. We have to fight all three of them because they block the gate to another optional area. Now I have to, whoop, if the camera will let me, change the weather over to rain. Because the last Gigantua statue that there is specific to rain. Yep, this is the pattern where we can die. I guess I can just throw a Phoenix down there since I have one. To avoid dying, because essentially what would have happened there is after Null died, whether or not I would live or not would come down to whether or not the next 1,000 needles would have targeted Sarah or the monster. So if Sarah gets attacked first or second with 1,000 needles, then there is a 50% chance you die at the end of the fight. But since I have a bit of extra money and some Phoenix Downs that I didn't have to sell, I could essentially just throw a Phoenix down there to avoid any danger of having to die and retry the fight. Oh. Whoops. Do I actually have to make this jump? This is supposed to be a platform where we fight one of the super bosses, but I can actually get this piece of map completion before fighting the super boss. Which is good because we won't be fighting the super boss for a while. No, there was a chest somewhere around these parts, right? Yeah, it's over here. Okay, time for another little mini menu.
Looks like we made.
And now that gate's accessible to us and we can leave through it.
Giddy up.
You stay here.
Would you? Tell them to raid. Here's a map.
So the Val Peaks has also kind of been turned into a side questy area, but it's just a story-based side quest and no puzzles.
Hearing any stories about it?
No, I don't think she mentioned anything like it. But it would be easy to hide in a place with so much rubble like this. It's possible it was asleep this whole time.
Kobold Droid Yang, don't mind if I do, and Vespid. Excellent. Those are two very rare encounters, and to get them together is good news. That guy was super scared of us, which is why he ran away. That's Lancer and Viking. Which means we only have one enemy left to get in this area and we would have our bestiary complete here. But it's not an enemy that I can really fight right now. There is the enemy that we need, but it's not worth it to fight it right now because it's way too strong for us.
Thanks to you. Are you choked, the corporal?
That's what he said.
The corporal. Okay, then. That's right.
And with that, we're done in this area for now, so I can actually move on to continuing the main story.
Who did this?
Only Falsi. Here!
Try this! We don't go down easy. We gotta stop it.
That's one thing I'm not fond of when it comes to the combat system, is that if an enemy dies while you're trying to use an attack on it, it just cancels your attempt at attacking. Which unfortunately, now that we have Chichu in the party, happens a lot here.
Now things are going our way, Kubo.
Who's closing things off?
I don't think it is a who. This is all the work of machines.
I'm working on. You brought data. Whatever.
So this NPC essentially gives us a fragment for every map that we've completed, and I just handed in the ones that I already have.
They're taking up position in front of the wall.
This encounter is kind of unfortunately up to positioning luck.
That guy must have been the gatekeeper, huh?
Guess so. Now we know how to get past the rest of these barricades.
Now this is essentially just a gauntlet of small fights that we have to navigate through. Well, we have Chichu in the party now. He's not built enough yet to make too much of a difference, so we still predominantly do use commando buffering to deal most of our damage. And there's a chest over that fence that I can throw a Mog at.
Why? Why would you do that?
And now that we picked up some more materials, I can actually make Chichu just a little bit stronger. Fortunately, the two Taxons walked very far apart early on. Now I'm going to walk along this wall to hopefully not spawn something too quickly, because there's a cutscene trigger up ahead.
It's just what Caius would want. Caius, we gotta catch him and make him tough.
Oh. It's actually not good that I got caught out on the left-hand side. That's somewhere where you really don't want to be, but it seems to have worked. This area works somewhat differently compared to the rest of the game, because the Mog clock drains pretty quickly even though you have Mog with you. And it's almost completely impossible to get away from encounters once the Mog clock has begun ticking. The only exception to that rule being when you hit a cutscene trigger, because cutscene triggers will always, no matter what, despawn any currently spawned enemies.
What's his deal? Is he goading me on or just toying with me? Take this! Sorry, buddy. This'll sting.
And now I have to move pretty fast before more enemies spawn down this escalator.
Maybe we should leave. Then Caius would too.
That won't fix anything, idiot. The city would still
Now
be doing
throw a Mog over there. Hopefully I can pick up this chest in peace, because there's an NPC following me along that I hope doesn't... Well, they do transform, unfortunately, right in front of me. Because they didn't have the decency to go die somewhere else.
Be ready for anything. Sorry, buddy. Damn you.
Because we actually want to leave this area for now. And do some optional stuff while everybody's dying. Yay!
Over there, Mug.
This is another very side quest heavy area, but the... Oh.
Over there, Mug.
Overall theme of these side quests is that there's just a bunch of fetch quests that we have to take care of. And what I'm doing right now is mostly just collecting all the items for the fetch quests, and we'll do the actual fetch quests later.
Impressive.
You got this.
That throw is a bit awkward to aim.
What are you? Nice. Over there, Mug.
Oh, can I fight this? I would really love to fight this if I can. Alright, excellent.
Too easy.
Green Chocobo is a very, very, very rare encounter. So, getting that one is good news. Some of the most tricky encounters to get in 160 fragments are green and white Chocobo, so if I do stumble upon them early, even if I am somewhat underleveled and the fight's kind of slow as a result, they are absolutely worth it, because they can sometimes take upwards of 10 to 20 minutes to just make spawn later on. Here we have a new pathway that we didn't have access to before that hides a weapon for Null. A very strong weapon at that, but we won't be equipping it right now because it's not actually better yet than what we have.
Giddy up.
Unlucky. Normally you're not supposed to have an enemy down here so soon, but unfortunately this is just kind of the luck that we have to deal with in this run. Because now I have to do a whole bunch of button mashing. But the unfortunate bit is that okay. We got lucky there. I was actually planning on hitting the fencer. And I didn't hit the fencer, but I had the luck that I didn't start an encounter with the fencer right away, so I could get away from him. And now we have a bit of a boss gauntlet ahead of us. Well, we have a fight gauntlet leading up to a boss, is what it is, rather. I had the misfortune that those two enemies were as far apart as possible so that I couldn't make use of any AoE potential. Now we fight Zenobia. In any percent, I guess you could consider Zenobia the true first proper gatekeeper fight, because this fight's tricky. If you... Because there's a crucial point in the fight that you have to time just right, or else you get super punished. But hopefully, if everything goes right, this fight should work much easier due to us having access to Tri-Disaster. So I'm just gonna try and drive the chain gauge up as high as I can. And then killing Zenobia is quite quickly. Is quite quick, rather. I can English sometimes. Because the problem with Zenobia is that if Zenobia gets under 30% health, then Zenobia will use something called Defensive Stance, which makes it immune to damage, summons a whole bunch of tentacles, and they go town to town. They're super aggressive, and with any percent stats, that's usually a death. And the way to announce... The way to avoid having that happen is by keeping Zenobia stun locked with attacks, but the slightest interruption in your stun lock will mean defensive stances happening. In any percent, that essentially winds up being
Gate is up there.
a very precise paradigm shift. And in 160 fragments, it's just chain up to 800% and then just paradigm shifting into Cerberus means you do so much damage in a single command string that you just kill Zenobia outright. Right, it's time for some more menuing. Going to unlock the Saboteur role for Noel as well.
Let me guess. We just got locked in this room.
Thank you. Welcome to
So this one's one of the more headache-inducing areas for map completion because we again have to get all of the map on our first visit.
Yeah, I can see them.
Well, as much as we can anyway, since there's once again a floor we don't have access to yet.
They have no presence. Like they're not alive.
And unfortunately we got the worst bit of RNG because here it's actually random which monitor is the correct one. You don't have to examine them all, but I had to examine them all anyway because the right one was the one I picked last.
That was Caius, right?
So he is here. But is he the real Caius?
We have to be careful. This could be a trap.
Right, I'm gonna have Mog pick up this wild fragment while I try to align myself here. Because I can actually do a...
You did it! Come on, Mom.
Okay, that was not it. Let's see if I can...
Giddy up.
Nah. I think think I was more on this side. This is unfortunately a rather finicky throw to make. There we go. Okay. Because there are paradox agents that we have to pick up for a side quest, and you're supposed to only be able to get them when you have access to the lower floors, but you can actually throw him down into the lower floors. Have him violently bounce off the floor of the lower floors, like the ground of the lower floor, and have him rebound off of that face plant into the paradox agent.
Are all the people who work here the same? Yes.
Well, this one's a bit worse actually, because we're going to throw Morg down the entire tower to the very bottom, down 50 floors onto that chest. And that way we can get all of the paradox agents before we have access to the later floors of the dungeon. And now we take this massive loop-de-loop over to this area.
Logic, sir. Please locate. Foreign act. Please locate. Paradox. Paradox. Please locate. Paradox.
And this way we get the access key 13 to use in the other version of the tower to get to floor 13. Have a look at the map. This floor looks good.
If a person is created artificially, do they still have a spirit?
They say spirit is a gift from the goddess, given to humans and humans only. We're
This way.
Oh. I'm the wrong party leader. Whoops. Because of the botched mock throws. Oh well, we'll just have to deal with that, I guess. Unlucky.
This'll show you.
We caught a Vespid soldier, but that's not what I want to catch, actually. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough to catch an Orion, because we actually have to catch 2 fodder monsters in this place. Okay, how do we turn these? This is where the map completion gets a bit tricky due to the puzzle nature of this floor. There are essentially 2 configurations that we have to traverse to be able to go through everything. And I'm still leading null, which is not great. I actually want to lead with Sarah because these Orions are weak to fire. And with that, we have the first configuration out of the way. Thank you for the good luck.
Too easy.
There are plenty of opportunities to catch the 2 fodder monsters that I need in the next floor, but it is kind of unnerving to not not have the first one of them yet.
The old cocoon fell from us. And the proto-fal'Cie was created in its place to make cocoon float again. At least that's how Hope planned for things to go.
Right, but the artificial intelligence needed to build the proto-fal'Cie rebelled against the humans. That's when everything went wrong.
And with that, we have fully visited every floor. Oh well, fully visited this floor, rather. Every room on this floor, is what I meant to say. in any percent run would be so happy about the complete lack of aggressive encounters that we got in this area. But I kind of need to catch one of those monsters, so... This guy. But we seem to be catching pretty much everything else. However, on this floor, the aggressive encounters are significantly more likely, so maybe we just have better luck here. Okay, we did catch a Dragoon, so I guess what I'll do is to get the one spell that I need off of the Dragoon. And then hope I catch another. Because we want two spells, or two passives, I guess. We want Adrenaline for Chichu and Feral Speed 2 for Gahongas. So in essence, I caught an Orion and I have to hope that, a Dragoon rather, and I can hope that I catch another. Because while Adrenaline can be gotten from both an Orion and a Dragoon, Feral Speed 2 can actually only be gotten from Dragoons. Now I have the unfortunate situation where I actually did catch a Dragoon that is at this point now useless to me because I already decided to take adrenaline from the Dragoon that I caught earlier. I guess what would have been a smarter idea for me to do actually was to get Feral Speed 2 first and then Adrenaline, because then I would have still had the opportunity to get it from either. I will eventually get control of Null. Unfortunately, Dragoons are glass cannon type enemies, and they can very quickly kill a party member, and they decided to kill my source of fire damage, which is also what they're weak to.
This is the last key. Next up, the very top floor.
I'm getting pretty close to the end of the area, so I do have to hope that I have more luck in acquiring a Dragoon pretty quickly.
Yule might be up there with him, Kupo.
You might be right.
Come on, Mog.
Why would the Cirrus come here? Too easy.
Doesn't seem that we're getting particularly lucky though.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Unlucky. It is also unfortunately getting It's pretty impossible to tell when you catch a Dragoon because there are so many explosions happening from both the enemy and ourselves. Not an encounter that I wanted to spawn right now.
Thank you.
Now I'm essentially just going to retry until I actually do catch one. There you go, thankfully that didn't take too long to make happen. Feral Speed 2 causes our monster to have their ultimate ability available quicker.
Must be the heart of the system. I know it's a machine, but it seems like it's almost breathing.
If what Alyssa was telling us is true, Yule and Caius should be up here as well.
But are they with us or against us?
You know, this fight's a little bit tricky, so I have to... That was kind of unlucky.
No way.
That would suck my throat. I wasn't able to get Chichu to get off power chain, which would have given me more stagger maintenance, which I guess is also something that I haven't really talked about. Doing commando and saboteur spells before stagger increases what's, well, I guess sentinel as well, but only provoke counts for that. Increases stagger maintenance, which determines how quickly the bar goes down, and also how long stagger is going to last when you stagger the enemy. And due to having low stagger maintenance, the stagger kind of ended a bit quicker than it was supposed to. So it wasn't too big of a deal.
Thanks to Mog, huh?
You guys play her out, Lupo.
You saved the day.
Thank you. You did great.
And this is a third form of Protophalciatum that you get by skipping this life trigger here from the second fight. And we do have to pick that one up because it is a separate bestiary entry that I have to obtain. Now, unfortunately, this was almost all of the fighting that we're going to do for the foreseeable future. There's like probably closer to the neighborhood of an hour-long segment where we don't really do much of any battling. There's like 1 or 2 battles that we'll do now still. But now is essentially a big chunk of just doing puzzles and quizzes and all that stuff. Now that we defeated Adam, if we go to the elevator, we'll have the option to go to floor 49, which we haven't been able to get to before. Unfortunately, there are a lot of aggressive encounters here, and there is one more enemy that I have to find. Just gotta hope that it spawns reasonably quickly. Unfortunately, I'm getting kind of maximally punished by getting as many encounters as possible that are aggressives. I'm going to change to no leader because there is if we continue, oh, there we go. Now we have the good luck that we needed. Because we needed this Thermodon.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
This'll show you.
Now ideally, once we arrive at floor 13, I should open the map and see it 100% complete. Alright. RRLAT4 is host to a lot of kind of difficult enemies to get because there's just one or two enemies that are really, really common. So here's hoping that we have luck and make them appear quickly. But RRLAT3 and 400 AF are puzzle areas, so we get to do a bunch of puzzles now.
What is this?
One of the things that well then. Okay, we just got one of the rarest enemies in the game. Alright, it's good that we have White Chocobo out of the way. Just getting White Chocobo has costed me like 25 minutes in a run once. Just to make it spawn. So now these walking tile puzzles are back, but they introduce white tiles which you can step on twice before they disappear.
Keep this up, Kubo!
Over there, Mom.
I have faith in you, Kubo!
And now the crystals can move. And I did this incorrectly. This is one of the trickier ones because of the movement. There we go.
Was it too easy for you, Kubo?
There is Pink Lily. Now these groups almost always have to engage and will more often than not run away from them because this is pretty much the worst point for one of these groups to spawn. There are two enemies. There is the Bloodfang base and the Brescian Bass, and almost all of them have Bloodfangs in them, but Brescians are super rare. But the ones that have Brescians in them will also always have Bloodfang in them, so there's no reason to just fight Bloodfang for the sake of having them.
Really hard. You'll solve it in no time, Kubo.
And here we have something that I think most people remember about this game, and that's clock puzzles. Essentially, the numbers make the arms of the clock move this many positions, and you can only, after the first one, only tag numbers that have the arms pointing at them, and you have to get rid of all the numbers. How annoying. It's really not great to have these spawn on the stairs because of how many enemies there are. It's basically impossible to get away from them.
I'll be right here. Don't worry.
I knew you could do it if you tried, Kubo.
Still not lucky. And instead still super unlucky with the way they spawn.
All right, let's do this.
This is also the point where the puzzles get into having many more stages than before.
That was one successful escape, Kubo.
Now we already have access to the next area. Okay. I don't know what just despawned there, but something just despawned there.
Guess now's as good a time as any.
We did it, Kubo! We solved the paradox. On to the next labyrinth, Kubo.
One of these days we hopefully get lucky.
Guess now's as good a time as any.
Alright, that does it for the puzzles in this area. Now if only I could actually get my hands on a brush and base. Well, there we go. All I had to do was ask.
On to the next.
Let's see if we can get a Chon-Chon and Seeker spawn to round it off, and then we're done with this area as well. The Chon-Chon and Seeker are available everywhere, so even if that wasn't a spawn just right there, it would have been fine. On to the next puzzle area.
Guess now's as good a time as any.
I'm here if you need me, Kubo. You two did pretty well, Kubo.
All right, let's do this.
I'm here if you need me, Kubo.
Don't worry.
It was the will of the goddess, Kupo.
Trying to walk and read notes is not the easiest thing to do at the same time.
I know you have good instincts, Kupo.
Well, Raspatil is the ultimate boss in the game. Of course I'm going to fight him much, much later in the run, since I'm nowhere near strong enough to defeat him yet.
there, Mom. Over there, Mom.
I know you have good instincts, Kupo.
So this is the...
I'll be right here. Don't worry.
I knew you could do it if you tried, Kubo.
Giddy up.
Kubo! Kubo, Kubo!
Just as the light begins to fade to dawn,
Giddy up.
the morning
Giddy up.
Kubo!
sings songs to
How's that, Kubo?
All right, let's do this.
But to actually look after the map, which I should probably take care of right now. Okay, I had to be a bit quiet because I got interrupted even though I didn't want to be. Which made me take care of the puzzles a bit slowly, but not much I could do about that. There are still some puzzles left, but not like... not an area that's like completely filled to the brim with puzzles. There are just a couple few and far between.
After all said and done, you handled the proto-foul scene pretty well.
We do, however, have to take care of quizzes now, which I haven't practiced, so I just have a list available with the answers that I'm going to cross-reference in case I don't know something. And now we also have to complete the map of this area, which is huge. We do get We do get to take a bit of a break in a second to actually do some fighting again, but gotta take care of at least some of the map and puzzles first before we get there.
Off the ground soon.
Over there, Mog.
Now I have to throw Mog in there with the hopes of getting exactly that.
There you go, you got this.
And then I butcher this throw instead. And again. There we go.
Great. Over there, Mog.
Welcome to... We are currently...
Unfortunately, you get these not questions thrown into the mix a whole bunch, which I find very very infuriating when they do show up.
Keep it up. Correct. Correct. You are it. Now for Did you know if you fix
Giddy up. Greetings. You know him?
Yeah,
I am Captain
that's weird.
Sarah. Hey, correct. Let's get.
So, by answering this question correctly, we now enable Captain Cryptic, who's going to show up basically invisible in some points of the map, and we have to find him a total of 5 times, including this one. So this was the first time, so we have to find him 4 more times to answer his questions, and we get a fragment every time.
Where are the toys?
And now essentially I'm going to pick up map pieces that are convenient, make my way to find all the brain blasts and hope that I bump into Captain Cryptic along the way a bunch.
He's mighty fast. A chocobo.
A chocobo!
A chocobo.
A chocobo?
Some guy was quizzing people in the middle of Grand Avenue. What a weird.
And right there, an NPC just talked about Crapton Cryptix, which means he's in the other half of the area.
correct. Congratulations. Also
Really wish these joke questions would stop
correct.
showing up.
Keep it up. Correct.
So right now I can just focus on getting the map done in this half of the area because I know due to the NPC who said something that Captain Cryptix is in the other half.
Welcome. We are currently. Your entry has been. Here is your. Correct. Congratulations. Also correct. Correct. Keep it up. Correct. Correct. You are it. Now.
Alright, so there's one terminal of that left to get, and then the rest is just all Captain Cryptix and the map.
What's that?
I saw a strange-looking man over to the east.
And that's another NPC talking about Captain Cryptix, though the first one gave us a more detailed hint.
Looks fun. Beautiful food. Huh?
Over there, Mog.
Because since he said Captain Cryptix was quizzing people in the middle of Grand Avenue,
Question time.
we knew he was here.
Oh, question time. That's showing.
Right, so he isn't in that corner, he isn't in this corner. Isn't in there. Isn't in there either, I don't think. No, just a weird reflection. Not in there. Although I do have to go in there for map. And let's tackle the last brain blast while we're here.
Welcome to your turret. Your entry then, Yoma. Here is your... Correct. Congratulations. Also correct.
Ah, these frickin' joke questions.
Correct. Keep it up. Correct. Correct. You are in. Now for the... You have attained your name.
Alright, that's it for these quizzes. Now I have to find Captain Cryptix 3 more times. And he's right there.
Giddy up. Show me out and away. Question time. Oh, question time. Yes, you are. Question time. Excellent.
Okay, that was a confusing camera angle. 2 more. It's not there.
What's that?
Over there, Mug.
What am I stuck on? Navigating this area on a chocobo is kind of difficult. Now this is the area where it happens more often than not that you wind up missing a piece of map. Because there's multiple layers overlapping here, which makes it hard to see where you haven't been yet. Okay, he's not here either.
He's mighty fast. It's huge.
Well, the thing is, this background music is just quiet. Alright, that should be it for the map in that segment. Now to find Captain Cryptix, hopefully still on this half of the map. Nobody's talked about him yet. He's not there. He's not here. He's not under that. He's back there. Okay. Hello.
Over there, Mom. Welcome to question time. Oh, question time. Yes, question time. Ha! Question time. Yes.
Alright, one small. Not there. Not there. Not there. Not down here. Not in here. But no one's talked about him yet. Not in there again. And not in here either. Okay, so we're going to quickly take a detour out of this area to refresh and hope that he lands on the side. Sometimes you do get unlucky where he's not on this side and nobody talks about him. I guess I can still check if he's down here. And he is not. Okay, so we will head out for now. Come back in a second and hopefully he's on this side. Now we do actually have to catch a new party member here, so gotta hope that we bump into them.
Soldiers of Blitz Squadron were scattered through the past and the future.
That does look like a Yakshini. unfortunately incredibly difficult to make out if and when you catch them. Too early. Not getting particularly lucky this run when it comes to captures. There we go. Now we have her.
Hey Sarah, how do you think Lightning would handle this one? Could she just dive in and attack? Damn the consequences?
Probably. But just
Time to die.
we did it.
That's a Yaksha done.
That creature has to get out of your...
And in a moment, we're on our way to our first boss fight in a while, one of the optional bosses. Does that have a bomb as well? Nope, just 2 Cryhedron. Not very interested then. Okay, so first some Crystarium. And we'll unlock Synergist. 5 bonus boost, and then we do I have to be a bit careful with Saboteur and Synergist levels because I specifically want to get uneven Saboteur Synergist levels on large nodes to get +2 magic as a bonus. Now the unfortunate bit is that I kind of messed up the use of Gahongas as synchro, so I'm now not dealing great damage. My buffs are already gone. So now I have to kind of build up to a second stagger and hopefully survive that long, because that's kind of difficult to do when he's low on health, because he starts doing quite a bit of damage. Bit iffy that fight, but it worked.
The essence of this creature is this fragment. The chaos of Valhalla, Kubo.
That was what created the illusion of Odin. Wait, that's the case.
Maybe.
Well, at least that encounter contains a bomb, which is new.
How's this?
How's this? Probably. But now that we have its energy source, there's a good chance we can defeat the thing.
Oh. Right, this one's just uncovered like this. It's the next one that I have to hunt for. What is this dreadnought? We should be able to fight this. Dreadnought's not a particularly easy encounter to find, so we pick those up for sure. Unlucky.
We need to help the corporal. He's not gonna be able to fight for much longer. I don't want his death on my conscience. Let's do this!
Rescue, Kubo!
Alright, not a useful encounter, so we'll just head on back. We have one Captain Cryptix left to do, so let's hope that he's somewhere nearby now. He's in fact right here.
Over there, Mom.
Are we ready? And away. Question time. Oh, well, question time. Yes, question time. Ha! Question time. Easy grab. Oh, question time. Enough. Even captain. And now,
All right.
good luck. I am captain.
Make this guy.
Okay, we're done with Captain Cryptics as well, which means I get to do this little menu here. And now all we have to do is wrap up the map and then we can proceed.
Beautiful plumage.
And 100% explored.
Must be handy. Wait, is that Yule?
Now we have a big chunk of main story progress up ahead again for... Do you bring the small ones with you? Nope, just the big ones.
I guess I won.
Chilicerata.
So the ability to change the future is a gift from the goddess herself.
Oh, there's the pack that I was hoping to find earlier. This one has the small ones as well.
Where's this go? Once. Get him! Balance his feet!
Face your worst fear.
Have I really come back to New Bodom? Or is this just part of a dream?
And we're actually getting well on our way to get the first optional ending, which is coming up very soon. Which also represents a fragment, so we have to get all of those as well.
Everyone is acting kind of strange.
Is this a dream world? Am I trapped? Am I the only one here?
Who was that? And why is she
And now we will
trying to
skip
help
the
me?
trigger, which allows us to proceed with the story instead of getting the optional ending.
Somebody is helping me, but no one's here.
Got lucky there that that encounter spawned so late, because that enemy, a Strigoi, has such a big hitbox that if you try and jump over him at an earlier part of the bridge, it'll actually just clip you through it, and then you have to run back and climb again.
Do it. I don't see anyone, but I'm not alone. Not found out. Where's the gate? There's nothing left.
As you can see, fragment count wise, we're over halfway done now. Unfortunately, we still have a lot of very meaty fragments to complete, such as the bestiary, which is basically the biggest one by orders of magnitude. Which is why bestiary completion is like somewhat of a decent indicator of how far along we actually are. It's kind of lower than it's supposed to be right now, and then it'll get increased quickly once we actually dedicate ourselves to completing the bestiary.
This place. It must be Noel's dream world.
So in any percent, you can actually just lose on purpose to the upcoming boss, and it's actually the fastest way to do it, is to stay underleveled and lose very quickly. In 160F we actually need to win, because otherwise we don't get the bestiary entry.
Come on, Noel.
Nah, we have not. We are basically in the later quarter of the main story. And because I have the Saint's Amulet equipped, which gives me critical faith, the moment my HP becomes red, I get faith. And this fight's really not balanced around me having faith, so the moment that critical faith triggers, I just win. All this fight consists of is literally inflicting D-Shell, waiting for my HP to be in red, and then just kill him.
I thought that as I if it brought you ranks of bone.
This is the third and final time that we fight against Gogmagog, and I kind of have to hope that Gogmagog starts doing some of this. Multi-magic would have been very dangerous just then. This fight kind of works pretty interestingly. The final rendition of Gogmagog starts by inflicting debuffs on itself. And if it gets to 7 debuffs, then it transfers them all to all 3 party members at once instead and cleanses itself. At which point, the fight's very difficult to win. It's running after me. I have no choice but to fight them. We can actually fight everything here. The problem is that one encounter is very difficult to make spawn, which is the metallic cactua.
You know, Sarah, I gotta thank you for not forgetting about me. You're the reason we've made it this far.
Come on, Noel. You're not just the future boy anymore. You're a part of my time period as well now.
And now we essentially just have a whole bunch of walking to do.
Where did my sister go? Come on, Mom. Go, Mom.
This throw is a little finicky since you have to throw it directly onto the chest. What? What even happened there? There we go. It looked for a second like it just plonked off Noel.
This is your village. Correct time period. Gideon, this is Favar, the future after mankind is gone.
This can't be the fate the world is moving towards.
Look at that. Looks like some sort of distortion.
So now we essentially just had a little tete-a-tete with lightning, and our Mog reveal has been powered up even more.
Lightning can't remain beyond the boundaries of Valhalla for long, Kubo.
But still, I was finally able to talk with her. And it's all thanks to Noel.
Let's go keep Hope's new cocoon.
Well, there's a Strigoi, may as well pick that up. So now we unlock the final area of the main story. But we'll go back to Dying World 700 first to take care of some optional stuff. Yeah, bosses in Seath can't be captured.
Over there, Mug.
There are some fragments that we can pick up, and we also have to complete the map here. But for the map completion, we can enlist a bit of help.
Giddy up. Over there, Mug. Giddy up.
I haven't, because I would probably lose my marbles if I tried to do that.
Giddy up.
Get over here.
Over there, Mug.
What an unfortunate spawn. They couldn't have spawned any worse if they tried.
Giddy up.
You get to hear this a bunch now. Are you for real? Oh my god, Mark, you are so useless.
You got this.
What exactly is happening right now? Get in there.
It must be.
They're testing.
Alright, 100% map completion. Unfortunately, we didn't run into metallic Actua. Money's on us. Here's hoping that I can make another Garuda spawn, because we should be strong enough to defeat it now. Speak of the devil. And with that, we have the bestiary complete for this area.
We have to find out how far we can get on our own. We just need to believe in ourselves. Come on, guys.
Lightning's taking down the rest of Valhalla. So now's the time to
I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't attack Sarah, because the one thing about commando buffering is that you need your spells to travel, so you have time to shift into the commando paradigm while the spell's traveling. But if the enemy's in your face, your spells don't travel particularly far.
My Moogle senses are telling me that they all joined up with Terreno, Kubo.
And now we get a little bit of cameo action, because for some reason Saz is here. Nah, Odin is way too resource intensive to be able to use. Oh right, we have a chocobo here.
If you find any, all right.
Come on, Mog.
My research. Spectac-
Now here's hoping that I can park my chocobo such that it doesn't run off while I talk to this guy. I guess that works. Okay, so Leo Mog here and quickly run to the guy. Now we have to butter up this mercenary with some good old life triggers. Just some munchkins, not worth fighting without their maestro around. And now we have a super duper big menu coming up. Alright, that was a lot of selling stuff that we no longer needed.
It is the offering for purity. I hope that are you
Oh, whoops. That was me knocking over my water bottle.
This must.
Picked up some more fragment skills and activated those so we get more money out of the items we sell.
Time for another round.
Thank you.
Buy the Wild's artifact. Going to need that later. And take a quick stop by the Alcald Step to catch another party member that we're going to need. We changed the weather back to the condition we had when we first arrived here, that being cloudy skies. Because Cloud is also the first name of the monster that we're going to have to catch, because we need a cloud burst. Unfortunately, cloudbursts are kind of difficult to make spawn. Meanwhile, I guess we can pick up Testudo and Skutari. did already fight a Bob Spectre. Okay, I guess I do have to pick this up for the post-work gladiator.
Time to die. Enjoy! Here! Here!
Let's do this. Now's our chance.
Here!
Good work, everyone.
I'm making some bestiary progress, but that's not what I'm here for. There we go. Took us a while, but we got him. Now we come back here to pick up some side quest items. Essentially, we're now setting up some of the side quests for post-game, and then once everything is set up, then we go actually beat the main story.
wish I could help you out.
They received, however, the Unit 2 password. An academy, as for the other, I'm pretty much. You're saying one of the.
And now that that is done, we can actually head to the last area of the main story.
What's going on?
Bursts of chaos are warping reality, Kubo.
This energy is leaking in from Valhalla. We have to stop Caius and fast.
Go, Mog.
Really? Didn't pick up the chest? Oh, you're useless. Oh, that was the wrong direction button. Well. And now we have a super big menu coming up, so I have to focus on doing the right thing here. Alright. Now, this map can be very complicated to get 100% map on. And considering how long it's been, I do actually hope that I can remember how it works myself. It has been a year since I last played the game, since I had basically no time to practice due to how busy I was this year. Alright, we've got 2 Scarletites. That's the main thing that we want from this place. Or from this fight, rather. I don't really have to fight him on AUG armor right now. Well, the thing is, we are level 90, but only with 1 roll. Because I've predominantly spent everything in that roll, since you have 5 individual levels for each role that your characters can be. Well, 6 technically, but I don't count Medic, because Medic just exists. We never use it. Admittedly, even our use of Sentinel is very limited. As is our use of Synergist. Whee! And now we wait. Well, the thing is, even when healing is necessary, it is just better to throw potions. I'm doing fine. Just a little hungry. Going to have to eat a feast after this run is over because I essentially started right after I woke up. And unfortunately I was asleep during 10, so I can't really say how 10 went. I remember hearing that he got blitzball trolled. Wee.
Over there, Mom.
Let's hope I don't miss the cycle. There's supposed to be a Apkalu guarding this platform, but there's actually a trick that I failed that you can perform called Apkalu skip, where if there's a trigger you can jump over for the platform that I just landed on, and if you manage to do that, the game will begin state shifting into its defeat Caius or stop Caius state. And while the game is processing that state change, encounters can't spawn. It's pointless to try and do that in 160 fragments since you have to examine the switch and everything anyway. But it is there. Now unfortunately I missed my ride, which is not cool. Unluck.
Sorry.
We don't go down easy.
I don't think I can actually get away from them. That's not cool. Ah, yeah. Kills me, just barely, if he actually manages to inflict debuffs on me, so yeah, I shouldn't have tried fighting that. Well, not like I really had a choice when I didn't get away from the encounter fast enough. Oh, I've actually made a mistake. Whoops. Yeah, we're actually going to jump back down here again. And flick the switch back. We do actually need one of the later platforms turned the other way. Because I do want this chest.
There you go.
Now we're almost through with this area. How many of those do I need? I need like 13, I think. And now Chicho's going to get really strong. Alright, so Fatality, Power, Mana, Power, Fatality, Power, Mana. All right. And now we wait. And 100% exploration.
Be ready for anything. Show 'em what we got.
Oh no, she lived. That's not good. Thanks. Thanks for changing the fact that she lived.
Recharged and ready. This'll get 'em. Dig in now.
That's basically how that works, yeah. Use LIKO power surge to deal more damage when Sarah dies, and the bloody medallion helps us make her die faster. Whoops. We were supposed to get staggered there earlier. That's of course super unlucky that you died there. Oh right, I have to change leader, whoops. Oh well. Not the best way to do this, but it'll work. So this takes care of the story portion of the run, but we still have quite a bit more fragments left to get. $54 to be precise. Alright, now for equipment. Grimmer hat, Hypno Crown, Magician's Mark. No, get Saint's Amulet. Now we have to do a couple more side quests in preparation for working on the bestiary, and then we'll get working on the bestiary. And we need this guy's information because we need to find him later. And now the quest items that we picked up earlier, we can actually just hand them in one by one.
colleagues are dying.
Alright, with that puzzle solved, we get access to the next area. I think it's on the waterscape, yeah.
I don't want to work in this kind of environment for much longer.
Giddy up.
Hello there, Kubo.
Alright, so we gotta take this chocobo for a spin here. There's an NPC that we have to uncover from a paradox so we can get the first password for one of the different areas. Well, the red orbs are people being trapped inside of a paradox of some sort. Or rather, people who are lost to the paradox and then their regret takes the shape of these red orbs. Her name is Thorn.
Yes. Do I need to get my hearing checked? Or did he really say that he was pushed into the paradox?
Does that mean someone tried to kill him?
We should be careful. Come on. We need to go find that other password. I think there might be clues in the ruins of the future.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's go find them.
Over there, Mom.
Where am I? I think.
Now that we've talked to this person, we can actually go back and start working down some of these orbs. I guess I'll grab this imp. Or these imps, rather.
What? Who told you that?
That guy's an interesting change of tone. And now down here is another quest item that we need. Well, at least this has Speranthus with them.
This'll show you. No one's hurt, right?
You got this.
I think I threw it too far, yeah. That should do it. It was actually, to my knowledge, a single person who made that song. Unfortunately, mandrakes are practically impossible to get away from. This run doesn't include any DLC, no. Okay, I guess I'll take these tuner petons. Because the developers just decided that some levels don't have a time limit and some do. Well, these puzzles work that you start with a number and then the clock hand moves that many positions from that number, and then you can, from then on, you can only click, or you can only examine numbers that the clock hands are currently pointing on. Then you have to do that until you've tagged every number. And if the clock hands point somewhere where both fields are empty, then the clock hands disappear and you have to try again. Yeah, those are numbers. They are in-game writing, but they are still fairly legible IMO. Oh. Alright, my paradigm setup here is different than normal. Stop interrupting Chichu. Nah, he hit me. Right. I have to get rid of his buffs quicker, because 6 now has Cloudburst in it. My old route, 6 used to have Chichu in it. Can you not? There we go. Right, that's Ugalu done. We have to do 10AF first and then 10X.
I recently, they don't want to. There's no possible. Now that you know, I know it's a lot. Thank you.
And now the enemy that we spent a really long time dodging, we actually have to fight now. So, gonna jump over here. I know it's just a matter of handing in a bunch of side quests, though we have one more battle to fight in the alternate version of 10AF. Over here we have another instance of a fragment just kind of sitting out in the open.
Cool. Make sure to watch at that moment. Fortunately, I still miss.
What I really, it wasn't a very, I saw it in a, really?
That's this area done, and now for 10X. Here's the boss that I spoke of earlier that I rode a chocobo to avoid having spawn. Alright, that was quick and easy.
It only bears, unlike most, as you can, but I do really. You say.
And now one more quest giver should be over here. There you are.
Excuse me, someone with I thought it's possible. I'm counting.
And with that, hopefully we have every map completed, so I'll go back to Academia 400 and try and hand them all in. Unlucky. As you can see, even if I get far away from enemies in this area, the Mock Rock just doesn't care. Over here we have Gazeric, the only unique enemy in this area. Oh, rip. Rip both of them. Good thing that he didn't have an opportunity to also clap Null into the ground. I am not playing with a keyboard. It does, I just don't bother changing the setting because I know what the buttons do. Getting really unlucky with the encounters in this area. There isn't much of a story, it's just the first name of my Final Fantasy XIV character. Okay, do I have them all?
This detail. This is the gift. Reference material. Ah, something. Floor plan. Hello? I'm not familiar.
Okay. That's every map done and dusted. And now we go over to Serendipity and get our reward.
Did you notice? One of the prizes you can win is a chaos crystal.
What do you think? Should we try for it?
Because for our troubles, we get the Battle Mania skill. And Encounter Master. And now we'll start going to town on some of the bestiaries that we have available while we do some side quests in those areas as well. Now that we have all the fragment skills that we need for encounter manipulation. Though we're only going to do rather little bestiary because while Clockmaster is nice, rather Encounter Master is nice and all, there is a better way to make encounters spawn. That we will get to enjoy soon if I can remember how to pull off the glitch. Because that's by no means a freebie. This is a mod category where for the PC version, where the casino segment is 100% jackpot rate, since without it, it would just be way too marathon unsafe to ever consider to do. There's our X-Array.
Let's change it up.
Now we'll disable Battle Mania. There is Saracenia. And the last two enemies I need.
I'll get it. See ya.
Now all that's left to do is head over here and hand in a brief side quest. Essentially what I'm doing right now is I'm preparing for a massive glitch. And I'm essentially trying to take care of all the things that are harder to do while the glitch is active. It's still a little early. I'm currently preparing everything to activate Encounter Glitch. And there's the metallic cactua.
Can you feel that? Can you feel that?
Giddy up. Giddy up. Great. Over there, Mom.
Well, I never actually got around to finishing how that's supposed to go. It was discovered... I can't remember if it was discovered this or last year. I think it was this year. Alright, that takes care of all the fragments there. Next up is summon 400. That is a Flanded and a Seeping Brie.
Is that it?
It should hopefully be both Fachan and Unsaganashi. Yep. How did I not lose them? All that's left to fight is a Illuyankas, and then we are done with this area. 4 encounters as well. That is unfortunately not what an Illuyankas looks like, and they are probably going to block the way forward, so I guess I may as well just fight them. Unfortunately, I haven't bumped into an Illuyankas yet, so I would really like to not have to come back here. But if I must, then I must. Mark, would you please? Can you stop?
Over there, Mog. Over there, Mog.
Don't get lost on your way back, Kubo. The little plan on causing trouble, Kubo.
This actually gets used as a theme here as well. Unfortunately, still no Illuyan. Do I have Battlemania on? Yeah, I do. Strange. It's very unusual for me to not have had him spawn already if I have Battlemania on, but... There it is.
Giddy up.
Alright, now for a bit of a lengthier segment, we're going to get rid of some optional bosses again. So essentially we have to play through this little story bit 3 times. Though I guess effectively 2. To get some of the optional bosses out of the way.
All said and done, you handled the proto-fal'Cie pretty well. What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it. It was more of a hunch, really.
A hunch. Well, we won, and that's what matters, I guess.
I wonder if there's anything I can sell.
All good.
Are you hurt?
Yeah, the children in here have a knack for tripping over for some reason. Even on escalators, which can't be healthy.
All right. Go, go!
Sarah, did you really do it?
And now we have to watch this cutscene.
We had. We had collected all the ore clusters Hope needed to levitate his new cocoon. I don't think I'd ever seen Hope look so happy and excited. But this was just the beginning. It would take a century to complete the new cocoon. And if the old cocoon were to fall before it could be finished, well...
I know we can do it.
He's right, you know. Have you seen that broken gate in the town? Well, it's all fixed and working normally.
We collected the ore crystals, so the future has changed, Kupo.
Yes, I think so. And look what I found. It was lying next to the gate.
And this time we have to nope out of taking the artifact. And then probably the weirdest optional ending happens. She gets arrested and then the Hope and Snow dash off to save the world. Or was it Sarah and Snow? I can't remember. Oh, whoops. I was hit the wrong button accidentally, so now I have to unfortunately sit through all of this again. I could have actually just jumped back in and then skipped the cutscene, similar to how we did that with Lightning earlier, but oh well. It's what you get for pressing the wrong button.
After all said and done, you handled the proto-fal'Cie pretty well. What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it. It was more of a...
More kids tripping over.
A hunch. Well, we won, and that's what matters, I guess.
I'm hungry. I can't afford that.
I really hope the paperwork isn't too much.
No transmission issues.
Hi there.
Over here!
I get it.
Where are you going?
I see.
What? It's so big!
Do I actually have... Should have enough CP to get Reprieve, and that way she's fully developed. And he's also done, so now the two characters are actually done with Crystarium for the run. Because for the fights where Sarah and Noel fight alone against Caius, there's an extra difficult version that we have available now.
So the ability to change the future
Now that we have the
is
paradox scope. But the problem is, you can only do them one at a time. So I have to do the Sarah one now, and then I have to replay this entire segment up to the Noel one, and then do that, which is a bit unlucky because that does take a fair bit of time, but what can you do? Really wish you didn't.
Once upon a
This time we actually have to start the fight in Sentinel, which is a bit strange, but it all has a... Well, I guess technically we don't have to, right? Is synchro charged? Yeah, it is. Okay, then I don't have to. Actually, I will go to... do this differently, actually. Alright, that's the first phase done. Now I have to open it again and close it again and do the paradox ending again.
After all said and done, you handled the proto-falcine pretty well. What did you do to it anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it. It was more of a hunch, really.
A hunch. Well, we won, and that's what matters, I guess.
Have I been here before?
How does this look? What should I do now?
Yes! All right. Wait for me!
All right then.
Hi there.
I want that. Ugh, is the ark gonna disappear on a Sunday?
Huh?
that Yule? So the ability to change the future is a gift from the goddess herself. Once can't get through this way.
To live is without meaning.
Really come back to New Bodham? Or is this just part of a dream?
Now that we've defeated the normal version of Sarah versus Caius, I can activate the Paradox Scope Fragment skill again, so that when I run into Noel versus Caius later on, that it's the Paradox version.
Is this a dream world? Am I trapped? Am I the only one here?
Who was that? And why is she trying to help me? Somebody is helping me, but no one's here.
And there's unfortunately the off the edge pushing jerk in action. Not very cool.
Keep going. That voice. I'm sure I've heard it before. You can do it. I don't see anyone, but I'm not alone. Not for a minute. Where's the gate? There's nothing left. be Noel's dream world.
Alright, let's hope I remember how this fight works. Well, that's problematic. I interrupted him during one of his attacks, so my health isn't in red.
Is chaos so easily overcome?
There we go. That's another paradox ending out of the way. The last fragment we need in that area is the bestia area, and for that we have a whole bunch of work to do. Starting with going to the final area and closing this one off, because we have to go through all of it again. And it's kind of unfortunate how this works. Essentially, at the very end of this area is a platform that can host 2 different encounters, but can only ever spawn one of them. And so we essentially have to play through the entire final dungeon again to get access to that one platform. And get the other encounter from it. Human are actually pretty handy to catch because they just impart attack ADB charge 2 right off the gate without having to invest anything into them. This time though, because we've already... Alright, I have to flick the switch in this route. We're actually taking effectively the any percent route through this area now instead. Alright, Battlemania is on.
I'm good to go.
Essentially how this encounter works is that the Bama Palma, the Mimi sounds and summons something based on how many Bama Palma are present when the summon cast finishes. And right now I want to have exactly one enemy remaining such that the encounter that spawns is this guy. Unlucky. We are almost at the end. Right, let's go.
Thanks, buddy.
Essentially on the northwestern and northeasternmost platforms are the two encounters that I would love to fight. And this is one of them.
Sorry. Stay focused.
Here.
These guys are super chain resistant, so we kind of just have to buff and use regular attack spells until they die. And now one more. And after that we get into Glitchland. Rat. I didn't set up this fight right, so I'm kind of getting punished right now. Now at this point I kind of just have to go for the stagger. Because he's just going to continue healing up to full. Oh, Noel died, okay. This fight can derail pretty quickly if it doesn't start off well. But once he's staggered, there isn't much you can do. It's just that takes a long time. And with that, we're free to leave. I'm gonna make a safety save because now comes the time to activate the glitch that I've been teasing at for a while now.
Was it But why? Why did she react the way she did? Wow. That is one gigantic monster.
First off, we have to start off by bullying Royal Ripeness. So, we had to fight Royal Ripeness Normal in order to unlock the ability to fight Royal Ripeness Paradox, which is just going into the fight arena and battling him without weakening him. However, before that, we'll go do something else. We want to trigger a tutorial.
If we get stuck, just look for a vine.
Hey, no. How old are you?
18.
Younger than me.
Because remember when I said, if you throw Mog and an encounter spawns, the Mog clock drains quickly. Turns out there is a tutorial about this. What we want to do is to walk over here Turn around and throw Mog. This triggers this tutorial. Now what I want to do is leave the area before the encounter spawns. Because that tutorial sets the Mog clock to max scriptedly, but is then supposed to discharge the Mog clock right away. But because we left before it could do that, the Mog clock should ideally now be forever at max, and I should get permanent encounters. Which you can't see right now because I'm in an area where encounters can't spawn. But from here on out until the end of the run, encounters are pretty much going to spawn permanently, which is pretty practical when it comes to doing bestiary. Problem, they're killing everyone very evenly, which is not good. Keep getting stunned, which is not good. Ah, okay. I forgot to put the Grimmer hat back on Null after I got done with Servicaius. That was my bad. Quick fix though. Ah.
No.
No.
You know what? Just going to synchro upside vigilance because doing this without vigilance is annoying. As you can see, even though the stagger gauge isn't very high up, our skills are hitting upwards of 70,000 and that makes pretty quick work of him. Alright, and up next is Atlas Paradox.
Hostile located. Engage at will. Paradox effect confirmed. Targeting Atlas. Fire!
Now thankfully when the game can tell that we're on our way to do the Paradox version of the fight, it skips us all the way over here right away.
Because we can't let Atlas shut this place down. We need to search the ruins. There might be other gates we can use.
Like the gate to Valhalla?
Exactly. And how can I take you to Lightning without those handy-dandy portals?
Right. We'll do it your way.
Alright, there are gremlins.
Enjoy!
We can count on you.
Just as expected.
There are more gremlins.
Figures.
As you can tell now, I can even go to the fragment skills and you see it's set to less enemies. It doesn't matter. The game is going to spawn encounters infinitely now.
Well, now she's all flustered. Nice going, buddy.
There used to be a cemetery in the ruins, but
Hold firm now.
if you come across any gravestones, let me know. It's driving me crazy.
We're facing a different grade of enemy. Standard weapons isn't up to the task.
Well, there's Dendrobium. Fight's fairly straightforward. It's pretty much just get Sarah killed and do damage. Pretty much how every fight worked so far.
How did we get here?
No! Look out!
Move!
I think I found his weak spot. Ready?
Do it!
Wait for it.
Now!
Alright, and with that we are less than 20 fragments away. Probably not. I'm not sure. I can't really tell, because Bestiary is very RNG heavy. Could go very fast, could go very slow. Alright, Battlemania is on right now. There are some Albino Lobo.
Enjoy! Good work, everyone!
And more Albino Lobo because I didn't move.
That wasn't even a warm-up.
That should be a Svarog.
On to the next.
I still have to get an Amanojaku. Yes, it has. I'm going to throw Mog to make all of the NPCs run over here, so I can hopefully find where the quest NPC is. There she is.
How can you open? You can't get.
reports say you handled that thief in the ruins. Could be this paradox effect has been messing with our supplies.
Now I unfortunately still need to capture Namano Jaku because we got the wrong enemy last time, so... Oh, these are just gremlins. Well, it's kind of surprising to have gremlins spawn with Battle Mania on. Still gremlins. Oh, this should be the right pack. Like, they don't spawn in this many numbers, so yeah. Ah, I didn't catch it. That's frustrating. It did sound like I did catch something, and I already got a Natsuko, so yeah, that could only have been one. And now in here we need a Pulsework Knight.
Could be this paradox effect has been messing with our supplies.
There it is.
Good work, everyone.
Alright, we're done here, so now it's time to go to the alcohol step and really start working on some bestiary. Hello there, Coctuaroni.